Okay, good morning, guys. So I've got a bit of a funny one I've got to get working through. So a while back I released a tribe, not tribes, what's it called? My Mini Factory campaign release, which was for Descent into Avernus as digital files. And I did all the main encounters, I did all the stuff that was actually part of the storyline, all the critical things. But there was also a bunch of NPC type characters that I never got around to doing. They were the kind of ones that probably wouldn't have made it onto the table for most players. The bits that you would, you'd just do verbally without having pen and paper, without having to kind of actually have things laid out on the table. But equally, I want to kind of make sure I get these things done because I said I was going to do them. So there's a few characters here that are they're actual encounter models, like actual enemies that we could use. So, for example, we've got a pickpocket, got some prisoners, some bathers. We've got an intelligent ogre called Little One, who lives at Candlekeep. A couple of Candlekeep priests, which would be quite a good one. We've got 3 griffins. So these are actually mounts, so I'll probably do them with and without saddles, so you can actually just table some griffins. And then we've got Night Blades, which are cultists of Baal, I think. I've got one more Reaper of Baal, so I've already done one Reaper of Baal, but there's a second one that you can use in some of the encounters, so I'm going to do that. A Skull Lasher of Merkel, that's or Morkel, that's coming. And then the Black Gauntlet of Bane and an Infernal Helmed Horror. Oh, and 2 Gold Mask Fanatics. So my plan is I'm going to work through these. There's also some like tavern patrons. There are some named ones and some not named. So I don't want to spend too much time doing the tavern patrons. What I'll probably do is I'll do something fairly simple. There'll be no gear on them, so they'll just be as they are. So what I'll do is let's take this one guy. I've got one. Let me just pull the. Let me just pull my file so I can see the names of the characters again. Because some of these characters have got descriptions, and where I get descriptions in the campaign, I like to actually take heed of that. So we're in Tale of Two Cities. And we're in the Elf Song Tavern. Right, we've got Scrolder Fane, a neutral human commoner, punch-drunk shipwright with no eyebrows. We've got Lala Stout, I've already made that one. That's the halfling burglar. Olaric Whitmurth, an impoverished playwright who scribbles his private thoughts and observations in a small book. So this one is going to be like a Shakespearean type character, I feel. Like a little Shakespeare dude. Wall Knightley, neutral half-orc thug. Oh, the rat catcher, yeah, we've done him already. That's the half-orc rat catcher. Let's just cross him off my list. Rahima Sajiressa, who is a lawful human acolyte of Savras, god of divination and fate, who loves to gamble. And then Willow Brownbug, halfling apothecary. Now I've already done Willow. She's already finished. So there's 3 more named tavern patrons here who are part of this set for the Elf Song Tavern. So we've got, sounds like 2 males and a female, I think. So let's get the base meshes done. Right, they're going to have bootlegs. .25mm base. Set the body, we're going to merge that down to bootlegs. Hide the other legs. Merge the head in. Merge the arms in. Okay. Now let's just sort this out here. So material I'm going to change to basic material because it's a bit lighter. I'm going to set my background colour to be white. This gets a bit better contrast. You can see what I'm doing better. Okay, the base is fine as it is. Let's just change that to Matte Cap Gorilla. Set my MRGB and fill object. I'm going to switch back to basic material. Come on, get off it. Stop it. Behave. There we go. Alright, so now I've got my ruler, I've got my character. I'm going to duplicate this guy once for that one. And then I need to do... There's going to be like 10 tavern patrons. There's going to be like quite a few. Let's... Morning, Aid. How you doing? Good weekend? Nice. I don't envy you there, mate. Sanding down the plastering like that is a pig, isn't it? Horrible job to have to do. Right, so these guys, I want them to be... Yeah, I'm just trying to get back into it, and it's... Oh, you got back into it as well? You're doing streaming, are you? Send me a link, man. There you go, give you a follow there, mate. It says you may contain sexual themes on your stream, mate. What are you streaming? What are you doing? A bit of animation, is it? And some sculpting. Do you know what I think it's because you've got it says may contain adult content and stuff. Like as in like bad language and stuff. Working on attack. What do you mean working on attack, mate? Right, so punch drunk shipwright. Let's start with a pose because that'll make the drunk. Oh, yeah, yeah. Is that what you're doing on your stream? Is it? Are you streaming you building the game? Nice. I'll have to tune in and watch some of them then. NPCs, so I'm just going to tone down the muscle on these guys. Don't want them to be, you know, too jacked and hench. I always start with a muscular physique because I find it's easier to go back from that than it is to spend all the time drawing the muscle in. So if I don't need so much muscle, I can just pare it down. If I do want the muscle, then it's fine because I've got it there to use. I've got placeholders for everything. Let's load in some tankards and stuff. So I've got the accessories. This one might take a while. I don't know if it's you know, if it says is your content made for adults or is it made for children or something like that. I don't know if you have to flag it, so I might swear a little bit. Right, so it's going to take a while because I'm just about to... Morning, Crazy Jaws, how you doing? I'm just about to download a 3 gig tavern file, which is brilliant. But so yeah, so I'm making some tavern patrons and things this morning for a project I did about 2 years ago. I forgot to finish. So I did all the important bits and then all the little extras I'd meant to do. So you get one of these things kind of happens like when I put a campaign up and when I put these scenarios and things together, and we do like a Kickstarter campaign for them. I kind of wanted to provide like a complete solution, so I put all the stuff that I was definitely going to be including in there. All the stuff that I'd got done, everything went in there, and then there was a bunch of stuff that was like they're optional encounters or they are NPCs that don't typically appear in the campaign. So they do appear in the campaign, sorry, but they're going to appear in scenes where you would probably not be using miniatures on a tabletop. So for example, in Descent into Avernus, whole section that happens in a bathhouse, and the bathhouse bit, there are some bad guys there, but you're not really fighting them, you're just observing them. And you've got to go around and kind of like ask people questions and talk to people, so it's a conversational part. And I imagine that would be the kind of thing that most people would like role play without using miniatures. So I never put any focus on getting those figures done. But then at the same time, I've kind of told people I'm doing them, I've committed to it, and I do want to do the full set and kind of do all the stuff that helps bring the world to life. Because the bathers, the taverns, the masseuse, you know, things like that. All of those kind of things, they all go towards making, you know, or kind of like fleshing out the world and making it kind of believable, making it engaging. So I do want to do them all. And it gives me a little excuse to have to get back on and do them, really. So it's something else I can roll out to the Patreon followers, and obviously fulfill an obligation I've got to these guys who were told I was going to be giving them these files. It's nothing that I don't think anybody would kick off over, because they're negligible. But I'm going to do a couple of the named NPCs, like tavern patrons first. So there's 3 named tavern patrons, and then we've got the bathhouse bathers and masseuse and stuff. So for those, I mean, they're going to be virtually naked, aren't they? With just towels wrapped around them. So that'll be easy to do. Get a couple of those done, and then a pickpocket and some priests and things. And then there are a couple of extra characters who are part of like encounter packs. So we've got a Reaper of Baal, a Skulllasher of Merkel or Morkel, Black Gauntlet of Bane, and an Infernal Helmed Horror, and a bunch of Nightblades. So the Nightblades will be cool. They'll be like a little group of assassins. That'll be an interesting one to do. And yeah, I got sick of doing cultists when I was doing these ones the first time around. And these are part of like optional encounter packs. They're not necessarily part of the storyline. And it was literally like, I think I must have done about 4 months when I did nothing but cultist releases. And I was like, if I have to sculpt another bloody cultist. So yeah, I had to take a break on it for my own sanity, and then I just ended up taking too much of a break on it, really, and forgetting about them. So my memory was jogged from somebody asking about them end of last week, so I've written them all up on my board, and they're there to be worked through now. And then I've got a little collection of undead to do after these are done. Come on. There's nothing like just watching downloads as they're on the live stream. Sorry guys, it's not exactly thrilling viewing. Do you know what, let me get the camera view and I'll talk to you while I'm chatting. So if you're having to look at the stupid download screen, you can look at my face instead. And I've cleaned my office especially, look. Like you're privileged. Nearly there now. Right. We're on. Oh, wrong screen. Okay, so where are you at, Low Lantern? Going to strip out some of the stuff I don't want in here, because there's a lot of stuff gone in here now which is going to cause my files to break up and die. So delete all of them. Some heads I've made for various different things. So this is the tavern I made before. This is actually for the Low Lantern, which is it's a tavern in a pirate ship. So we've got the bar, we've got the This is what I wanted. I've got a scene. Yes, that's the one. Scene with everything in it. There we go. Right, so this is what I want because this particular scene now. So I don't need all the ones that have got just the bar things in. I need to make sure I keep my whole thing here low weight. Got some Kenku coming up soon actually, because I've got to make the I can't remember what they're called now. Chukra and Clang, I think it is, or something like that. Let's just paste him into here. Copy. Place my cursor at the bottom corner of the ruler here. Line it through so it's if anybody knows a better way of doing this, let me know. So I'm going to put it through like that, and I want to do it so that the long lines line up. There you go, and if we go to the top of the ruler, there's going to be a little bit out. It's always a little bit out when you do it like that. Okay. So now he's scaled to the scene. He matches the rule size. First thing I'm going to do, I'm going to duplicate him a bunch of times. Hide all but one. And we're just going to go in and do the face. Okay. Don't need the ruler now. Right, drunk shipwright with no eyebrows is the brief. He'll break his nose. Let's give him we'll give him a wonky nose, I think. So open his mouth. Oops. Obviously, he's going to be missing some teeth. Big plaster on his nose. Tell you what's funny as well, my wife, she's a teacher, so she's back at school this week teaching whatever. Kids are back in school. And she sat there the other day and she says, oh, it's such a long term this one. It's like 8 weeks. 8 weeks before we get half term again. And I'm like, right, got ya. I've got to get as much work as I can done in 8 weeks because half terms have become the most unproductive times ever. Okay, how you doing, matey? Just doing some tavern drunks today, mate. Yeah. This is the I say it's for my mini factory. It's for a campaign I ran for Descent into Avernus a while back. So I need to finish off what I started. There's some stuff where basically I was saying earlier it's characters that are unimportant NPCs. So I didn't want to kind of spend too much time on them, but equally I've kind of got to do them because I told people they were getting them. Take some teeth out. Very handsome chap, isn't he? I feel like you need a cauliflower area. Very much, mate. I would not say you would be a million miles off. I mean, any bouncer anywhere is probably a decent guess. You've lost interest in your work. Why is that, mate? You're finding it difficult to get enthusiastic about it. It's a shame, so yeah. Right, so you've kind of mentally moved on to your new kind of project. I get that. I'll say, and I hadn't planned to revisit these guys, to be fair, but like I say, it's I kind of committed to it, so I was like, yeah, I've got to do it, haven't I? Hey, what did you ever do with that? Remember that, the bunny girl character you were working on? I know she was kind of a, what do you call it? Not a tribute piece. What do you call it? Fan art piece. I remember you finished it. What did you ever do with it? Did you use it for a portfolio piece, or was it a part of a submission of any kind, or was it just a hobby project just for fun? Can't remember. Oh, sorry, dude. Yeah, was it a hobby project for fun, or did you do anything with it, or? I'll have a look and see if I can nerf them down a little bit, mate. Yeah, they make you if you have your ads on, they make you you have to commit to. I think I've got my ads set to like minimum threshold. Oh no, that sucks, mate. $94 million. Was that on your latest sculpt, is it? Big old number, mate. Oh, that's mine, sorry. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in this scene. So basically, the reason it's 94 million is because it's the complete tavern look. Let's have a look at your bunny girl thing. Oh, I've got 404. I must have copied the link wrong. And there's a WO at the end, isn't there? Oh, actually come out great, mate. Dude, you nailed that one. Now, I will say I haven't watched My Hero Academia, so I don't know what the original character is. A lot of reference you got. This looks awesome, man. You did a great job. I'll say it's far more effort and detail than I like to put into into models, but I'm not making them for like that same purpose. You know what I mean? It'd be interesting to see a kind of like repurpose for like not repurpose, but like a kind of a version of it done for miniatures. See how it fares up. I know you spent an awful long time doing it on the thing, but right, female one. We got at least one female character I know I've got to make. Messed up a touch here, so I've messed up in I haven't saved the head, so yeah, you can't do it. I think I was talking about it on stream on Thursday. You've got to know how to dial the detail back for miniatures. So you know, you obviously can go in and do hyper detail, hyper realistic, and everything else, but then by the time you print it, paint it, it's not going to be an enjoyable model to paint. The details, you know, the areas aren't going to be clearly defined. It's going to, you know, it's going to lose some of its appeal. So you need to enhance the areas and kind of exaggerate things because of the size you're working with. I know you know this anyway, but it's for what it's worth with the miniature side of things, it does make life a lot easier. Right, I'm going to take, it's got to duplicate again. So I need a few different heads, so let's do another head. So the first one was Scrolled or Fane, Punch Drunk Shipwright. Let's go and have a look at our second character, who is what's his name? Ulrich Whitmerth, who is an impoverished playwright. Okay, so I'm going to use the same skinny body that I use for Scroll Door. So I just want to take this guy's head. Scroll Door Fine. Ulrich Whitmerth. Poor Mabel. We took her to the park. Well, I took her to the park this morning. She's literally every step we bumped into another dog, and she's just had absolutely excessive amounts of playtime. And she's just absolutely bushed out. Duplicate that as well. So we've got Ulrich Whitmerth, and then duplicate. We need a Rahima Sagiressa. That's going to be the female one. Let's do Olaric Whitmurth anyway. This is an impoverished play right now, so let's turn this head into an impoverished playwright. Give him the little Shakespeare goatee. Shakespeare is a woman. Ah, this is a bloke. This is it's not going to be actually Shakespeare. It's just inspired by. They already did Shakespeare in Love, didn't they? Where Shakespeare was a woman. Well, Shakespeare wasn't a woman, but was he? I don't know. I can't remember. Have you ever watched that? What was it called now? Something Crow. It's with David Mitchell as Shakespeare. You're being contentious again, mate. Hey, Luke, how you doing, matey? Good to hear from you, dude. How's the return to school gone for little dude? Sam enjoying it? here a bit there, but let's deal with that. Oh, oops. Well, at least you sent him. At least you sent him with a swimming kit on a day he doesn't have it, rather than not sending him on a day when he does. You know, small mercies, and it's the lesser of two evils, if nothing else, isn't it? Mahadi. Now we're going for like a kind of a mopey, like a mopey kind of Shakespeare-y type character. This one is. We're working on tavern patrons today, so they're all like, you know, feeling a little bit sorry for themselves. Is an impoverished playwright is the brief on this one. I'm kind of working on about 5 characters at the same time, so I'll see if I can like thrash them out and get them finished in a stream. It's like speed sculpting, like trying to see how fast I can get things made. Be an interesting challenge, actually. I mean, if I get 5 done over 2 days, I'm quite happy with it, to be fair, but they should go quite quickly because I'm not looking at these aren't characters that I've got loads of accessories and any of that kind of business going on, so it's like I can sculpt the character, stick them on a bar stool. Crazy yours, I wasn't as quick as me a while back. This is like lots and lots of practice. Point of note, actually, when I started doing this full time back in 2019, I set some of my pricing up for some of my clients who wanted they wanted work doing, but we weren't sure how to price it, and it was kind of like there was a lot of work going on. So rather than doing a per figure character, so like normally I'd charge like 450 quid a figure. Oh, bear girl, definitely a bear girl, mate. That sounds interesting. Cat girl's always going to be a winner commercially, but a bear girl sounds cool. So yeah, so I started charging like 450 quid a figure. Or sorry, that is my rate. Sorry, but when I started back in 2019, I worked out some commission rates, and we worked it out on like it was taking me about 12 to 15 hours a model. And it was like reverse engineering that to give an hourly rate and then a bit of a discount for a recurring customer. I ended up doing about 30, 35, 33 pounds an hour or something like that. And then over the next year or two, what happened was doing it every day full time, my speed went up. The quality went up, but the speed went up. So I ended up with, I was doing complete models that I should be charging 450 quid for. And I was completing them in 3 or 4 hours, which was great for the client because he was paying like, you know, 120 quid for something that should have been 400 odd. Less good for me. So yeah, you will speed up an awful lot if you're doing it full time. The more you do it, and like I say, doing it full time, it's like really kind of like, you know, you get in a flow, you get your workflow down, you figure out the ways you can kind of, you know, cut corners and speed up without kind of cutting the quality. Yeah, essentially, you just got to make sure that if you are doing it for other people, that you don't end up cutting your own nose off and, you know. What's his name? Cut my own throat Dibbler from from Discworld. Let's do this guy. Let's give him a big. This is just generic tavern patron one. This makes it look a bit thuggish, I think, this one. Done a couple of wimpy looking ones. Let's do a fuggy looking one. Cut my own throat. Dude, I just love the Discworld books. They're just amazing. They're like my favourites. If I'm not live streaming, I'm normally listening to the Discworld books on Audible. And if not Discworld, I've got the R.A. Salvatore Legend of Drizzt ones. But I kind of lost the plot with them ones a little bit. Like I got to a point where I was following the story of Drizzt, and then all of a sudden I'm on what's the name, Artemis Entreri and Jarlaxle, and like they become like the primary characters in the thing. And I don't object to that, but that's, you know, I thought I was reading the Drizzt series, and I wanted to follow his story some more. In fact, I still want to make some of the characters out of the Drizzt books. There's that I forget his name now, but in one of the first books, the Deep Gnome who ends up losing his hand, and there's a psychotic psychotic dwarf who wears spiky armor. He's like a dwarf berserker who wears spiky armor. Forget his name as well. I think he becomes a vampire at some point. Spoiler alert, but it's a bit of an odd mix of characters. And then the Harkles as well. Is it Stephen Briggs reading the early ones, is it? So this is one of the ways you can save a lot of time on things. So I'm sculpting these characters using the same base mesh, but I'm going to try and make them all look radically different. Oh yeah, I've heard good things about the Brandon Sanderson ones. My old English teacher at school was called Stephen Briggs. I don't know if it's the same guy. The Drizzt books are really good. I say, I listened to them all. I was listening to them when I first started doing sculpting full time, and I think is it Homeland and Sojourner, the first couple. Weird, man. Briggs must be a common name amongst people who are called English teachers or literacy orientated. I remember he had like a massive scar on his head from, I don't know if it was a car crash or a bike crash or something like that. But my Stephen Briggs, my English teacher, he's a really good English teacher. I really used to like him. He had this huge scar on his head. Let's give this guy a big bum chin. What do you think, guys? A bit of facial hair or... Yeah, spam the chat with some characteristics and we'll put them onto some of these tavern patrons. Let's make some interesting guys. Kind of quirky characteristics we include in some of these tavern patrons. Monocle. Do you know what? I'm with you there, mate. No, not even just face ideas. I'm just talking about like general. So like the brief I've got for what I'm doing, they've all got to be human. Because for some reason, Baldur's Gate, as diverse a place as it is like 99% human characters. So all of the characters are specified as human, apart from the ones that aren't, and I've dealt with the ones that aren't already. So I've got 3 characters where I've got a brief as part of the Descent into Avernus campaign. So I'll tell you what they are. So we've got Scroldor Fane, a neutral human commoner, punch drunk shipwright with no eyebrows. That's the first one I did, with a big plaster on his nose. There's Lala Stout, an evil Lightfoot halfling burglar, flipping a coin. I've already done that character. Olaric Whitmurth, which is the one I did just, which is the impoverished playwright who scribbles his private thoughts and observations in a small book. We've got Wall Knightley, who is the dwarf rat catcher. I've already done him. And then Rahima Sajuressa, a lawful neutral human acolyte of Savros, god of divination and fate, a gregarious astrologer who loves to gamble. And then Willow Brownbug, halfling druid apothecary, and I've already sculpted her as well. So I've got to sculpt 3 of these characters who I've got a description of. Now these are tavern regulars, but there's also a bunch of additional tavern patrons. Oh, Burnscar sounds like a good. There's also a bunch of extra tavern patrons in there who are just going to be like, drinking and smoking and kind of, whatever they're doing, gambling and stuff. So I want to make a few guys who are just like sat down at tables. So there'll be the ones that are named. I'm just going to do standing, so they can just be placed around the bar. But the rest of them, I just want them to be set dressing, so they're going to be sat at tables. Now I've already got. I don't know if you guys saw it, but I'm working on a tavern set that I made previously. So there's a couple of sofas in here. Low coffee tables. There's some high barrel tables. There's some high kind of bar stools kind of things, bar tables, and then the cots at the back. So my plan is to have a few passed out drunks in the beds. One should be passed out sometime. Yeah. Now cheating at cards, I like that one. That's going to be a difficult one to do, but we could definitely do a group of guys sat at a table, looking like it's about to kick off. That'd be quite a good one. Trying to make somebody obviously cheating at cards in 32mm scale is going to be tough. So maybe I could slip a couple of cards up the sleeve, whether you can see it on the model. Where was the head I was working on? That one. Do you know what? Should we do this guy with the burns? Face Billy. You're gonna come up with another character for this one. So what I'm doing, I'm just sculpting some like rough, like texturing on his face. Nothing too drastic. I don't want to go too deep with it. Hang on, I need to change his name now to Billy. There we go. I like working like this, where you guys are like giving direction and steer. It means I haven't got to think so much. Wrap a bit of a bandage around his face, maybe a little bit. That's why you don't play with matches, mate. I think Billy used to be a blacksmith's apprentice until he messed up and got sacked. He chucked an oil lamp and found out. I was thinking he kind of like maybe was taunting the goat. And the goat headbutted him into the furnace or something. Maybe the donkey. Maybe the donkey kicked him. He goes flying across the workshop and lands in the fire. Boss was like, the blacksmith walks in, he's like, Billy, what are you doing? Why are you in the fire? Get out. He gets out and he goes, where's your PPE? He's like, what PPE? I forgot it. You forgot your PPE? Well, I'm not having a tribunal for this. You're sacked. Off you go. Contribute your negligence. You've done it to yourself. If only you'd followed instructions. Smoke some of this out. They're like, contribute to negligence. My face is melted off. These little scars when he was standing up, he cracked his nose on the anvil. Just to add insult to injury. What, the one here? Looks a bit apathetic at the moment, dude. Let's just make him a bit more sad looking and mopey, because you just would be, wouldn't you? So we've got Honoric Whitmer, we've got Billy, we've got Scroldor Fane. Right, next character, who are we talking? Is this going to be the card cheat? Right, there we go. I don't know what this guy's called, but we'll call him Card Shark. Or Card Cheat. Hairstyle for him, I think we'll just go for like something slick back a little bit. Right, when you're doing hair strands, always have your laser mouse on. Snake up brush here and just take off the what do you call it? Dynamic tessellation, Sculptress Pro mode. Turn it off so it doesn't tessellate the ends when I'm pulling them. There we go. So card sheet is done. Let's do a chunky guy. So this next guy is going to be a bit of a chugger. A bit more rotund in the face. Small mouth, more puckered lips. And obviously we need to round off the bottom of his face. Maybe go double chin in that. What do you reckon, guys? This guy the local butcher, maybe, or baker, the candlestick maker? I feel like he needs like a wart under his, or a boil or something under his on his cheek. Do the old the rolls over the top of the ears. Yeah, I'm going to keep this guy bald. There you go. So from one base head, so far we've got, so this is the base head here. So we've got the butcher, the playwright, old burned up Billy, the card cheater, and then our absolutely steaming, what's his name? Scroll door, the shipwright. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 so far. So let's do another 4, say. Do you know what? Do another 4, but I'm going to take a break and go and get a coffee. So I'm going to pop you guys on a BRB. There you go, peeps. Let's do a... Is that right? No. Douche, there you go. Ah. You know what? Let me just copy and paste that whole message. There you go. Anybody watching on any platforms, you can go and grab a 25% discount on the store while I'm on stream using the code in the chat there. And I think it stacks with other discounts as well. So if you've got any other, if you sign up with the mailing list, get an extra 10%, you can slam that on top as well. Makes it a nice little saving. Hollyland, that's the microphones I use. I'm trying to remember what they were called earlier. Right, guys, I'm just going to go and grab a coffee, and I'll be back shortly. See you in a minute. Don't go away. There you go, it's back again now. Freshly topped up with me coffee. Okay, so need some more generic patrons. So just drinkers of varying kinds. Let's have an angry looking one. Maybe this guy's playing cards with the guy who's cheating and he's just sussed him. When we do mouths here, we don't want to go too deep into the mouth because it all needs supporting and you just can't paint it. I know that from experience, so keep it as minimal as possible. Hint of a tongue in there. Put a hint of some teeth around the top. What I've done there really is enough. You don't need to go further than that. You don't want to even start like detailing the teeth. It's too much. That I've just done there is not going to show up on the model. Guarantee you. And all that's doing is actually creating more things to need to support. So the best thing to do is leave it blank. Let's flatten them out so they look like we've got the profile of teeth. Smooth the back out there so there's nothing to support in there. Carve into the lips. Just give the lips more definition. Smooth that bit out. There you start doing that, Mabel. She has a nasty habit when she's under my desk. She starts scratching up the carpet under there. I haven't got carpet anywhere in my office. I've just got this patch underneath my desk, which I put in for her when she was a baby. Which is just it's literally covering over all the plug sockets. It's like taped to the wall and screwed to the wall and stuff. And she sits on it and gets herself cozy and then decides she's going to start scratching at it like she's trying to dig for treasure. Okay, bottom teeth. Put them in with symmetry to start with, and then I'm going to turn the symmetry off, and we'll break some of the teeth out. Hey, Crazy Jaws. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, it's and this is say my whole sculpting technique comes from like I support and I paint all my models. Like if you see any models on my website, they're models painted by me. Unless I've credited somebody else. I do have other people paint them occasionally and show them off because they're just nice models. But you see things that are posted on like my Instagram or posted onto my my website, you'll see that they're models that I've painted personally. And I don't get enough time to paint because every time I sit down to do, like today I was actually going to sit down and do some painting on stream. And then I weighed up the pros and cons. I thought, you know, actually I've still got loads of sculpting to do. I need to do some painting because I've got some models I've still got to paint for the Crystal Collapse rulebook. And I might do them on stream later in the week. I've got Ashitaka to do, Louisa to do, and Tamara, who was sculpted the other day, and I've got my Goblin King to finish off. So there's a few models in the set I've still got to finish painting. And then we can photograph them all and put them in the book, and it's great. But obviously, doing the supports for models yourself, painting the models, and appreciating it, you get a feel for what works and what doesn't. And you don't need to spend ages, you know what I mean? You see a lot of people that they'll make all the individual teeth and they'll do the guns. You can't see it. It's virtually pointless. Unless you're dealing with much bigger sized figures. So yeah, it does pay. It does pay to do the full end-to-end cycle, because you'll figure out eventually, like I have, where you can cut corners. Like, I'm not going to detail the interior of the mouth. There's just no point at all. You know, the level of detail you go into needs to be appropriate for the end product. It doesn't matter about renders. It doesn't matter about any of that stuff. It's all about the you know, how the finished model looks on the table. I think we give this guy a little beard. What do you reckon? I feel like I'm halfway to making Elrond here. It looks a bit like Hugo weaving. It's the eyebrows and the nose. Let's get the nuts and bolts of a beard in. Actually, let's leave it there. Oops. Never know why ZBrush does that. Every so often it's just going to drag a strike just straight to the corner of the screen from wherever you are. You never know it's coming. Yeah, it does. It's bloody annoying. Autosave just happens, just like it's on a timer, so and you do have to be careful about it. I'll talk about it in the course a little bit because it's caught me off guard quite a few times. So, you know, we clocked earlier on. I'm working on a 96 million poly file, and there was a load of extra stuff in the thing, right? So this whole save file is, let me just find it. It's DIA 2025. We're currently running at 1.9 gig for this one file, and you'll see some of my save files here: 3.4 gig, 3.2, 3.1, 3.5. In fact, if I sort by size, the biggest one I've got here is 8 gig, which is my Baldur's Gate cultist file, funny enough. So I've got some really huge files going on, and it's because, as you can see in this particular sculpt, again, I'm sculpting multiple figures in one file, just partly for convenience, but also for consistency. And I want to be sharing components between them and things like that, right? So I keep them all together. The problem happens is when these autosaves take place, right? So if I go to preferences, and we go to, so the first thing you need to do is, and you should always do this right at the beginning, I will cover this off in the course, but you go to your quick saves down the bottom. First thing you need to do is you need to skip history, because otherwise the file gets like that much bigger. So you never save your history. It just pushes your file size exponentially through the roof. And then you've got, so basically, restoration 1 minute. All right, so if I stop working for 1 minute, it's going to save. But it's also going to say, you've been sculpting for 20 minutes and haven't saved it. I'm going to auto save. So it either sculpts after a minute of inactivity, or it saves after 20 minutes of sculpting. The problem is, the quick save file is the full file size. It's like literally a full copy of the entire file. So if I'm working on like a 1.8 gig file now, and this saves 5 times, I'm going to have 5 1.8 gig files saving in my quick save file. Now I've set this to 5. By default, it's around about 20 or something like that, and it could be higher. So if you don't have, and I've had this happen a couple of times, I've gone to save the file and it's errored and crashed when I've tried to save it. And the reason it's errored is because whilst I've been sculpting, all of these quick saves have been massing up in my quick save folder, and it's filled up my hard drive. there's literally no capacity left to even save the file I'm working on. So yeah, it can really kind of creep up on you if you're working for a long time and you don't go in and do this bit. So it's always worth letting the autosaves go through. But just make sure you keep an eye on the number of save files, because otherwise you do have to. The way of dealing with it is you come into delete quick save files, press that, and all your quick save files get deleted. And obviously, if you're doing that and then it crashes, and you haven't been able to save your game either, you're really screwed at that point. So you don't really want to be deleting your file save, your quick save kind of folder if you can help it, or emptying your quick save folder. But you do need to keep on top of it and make sure it's being managed. Just to preserve your own sanity, if nothing else. Now, a while back as well, I did do some sculpts for the Bingus Boys for Tabletop Time, for their the game that they're kind of developing at the moment. And they've got these kind of chaotic, kind of Bioshock diver type characters, and I was doing a couple of these heroes for them, special characters. One of them I completely finished, and the second one I had to put on hold and pause because I was still waiting for the weapon to be made. Well, the weapon was made about a month or more ago now while I was on holiday. And I need to schedule the stream to get it finished. So one of the upcoming streams soon, I'm going to be revisiting those guys. Got to plan it in properly, give Dave a little bit of a heads up it's coming so he can kind of promote it, and we get a bit of the Tabletop Time audience watching me stream. So there is 20 minutes since we last did it. There we go. Let's call this guy Smokey Joe. So we need another card player. Let's go for another chunkier kind of guy. Oh, it looks creepy, doesn't it? We're in a tavern. Let's have a few people who look like they're at least having a slightly amusing time. I don't know if you clocked me doing this yet, but the if I want to open the character's mouth, rather than opening the mouth from the mouth, what I do is I mask off the top lip, unmask everything, well, mask up everything apart from the bottom jaw. I'm going to move my cursor up to the pivot point of the jaw, and then we open it up. Doing that makes the jaw open in a more realistic manner. This guy reminds me of that clown thing from Spawn. You know what I mean? Hey, Elston, how you, mate? How you doing, matey? There we go, just for you, dude. How are you keeping today, matey? I think I'm going to do him so he looks like he's going to be sat there laughing, like slapping his thigh, I think, or something, I think. Yeah. No more exercise for you, mate. You got any time off work yet, or you still persevering and being a good employee? Suzu 3DM, how you doing? Yeah, they're 32mm scale miniatures. So I do them as a do you know what? I've got some on my camera here. I'll show you. So I print them all myself, and I paint them all myself. I'll show you a few of the ones I've got available, so you can see the kind of the size in my hand. That's how big they are. Let's let this camera zoom in. I say zoom in, it's autofocus. I don't know if I can turn it off or not. It's annoying. There's a 32mm druid got here, and then we've got a knight on my desk here. So what I always try and do, I try and strike the perfect balance between detail that's good for painting and detail that's good for gaming. So rather than just trying to get models that you know, super detailed, because I've been painting models for 35 years now. Thank you, Suze. Yeah, I've been painting models for 35 years, and that was kind of like how I kind of came into the into sculpting. So it's all based around kind of my own personal preferences, if you like, in terms of what I enjoy painting. Where are we at? Here we go. It's just doing an auto save at the moment. So we've got a whole scene here, which is like a tavern. So what I'm sculpting a load of tavern patrons. I'm just doing their heads, so we've got a little bit of personality. I'm just trying to give a little bit of story to each one. So there's another one done anyway. What do we call this guy? You got any ideas, Suze, for tavern patrons that are a little bit more interesting than just a general person sat having a drink? What do we call this guy? The laughing man. Or laughing guy. So I think I'm going to put laughing guy, I'm going to put the angry guy, and I'm going to put the card cheat on the same table. So they're all going to be playing like poker together, I think. So he's going to be cheating. He's just caught him cheating, and he's going to be laughing his arse off because he knows he's about to get his arse kicked. So he's going to be watching with great delight, I think. This guy's just drowning his sorrows in a pint. This guy's sitting there trying to write his next big play. He's going to be selling some dodgy meat to the bar staff. And he's just staggering around blind drunk. Ah, good shout. Good shout. They don't all have to be peasants, do they? They can be. We could have a little bit of a bit of nobility in there. I'm going to put a couple of female characters in a sec as well, so we'll do these female heads. So the mandatory characters I've got were Scroldor and Olaric. That's the guy who's already got a body, and then the playwright. And then I've got the female character that I haven't done yet. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 general tavern patrons at the moment. So yeah, this one I think let's do him as a. Let's do this guy as a noble. We'll make him look a little bit more polished, a bit less rough around the edges. Maybe this guy gets to keep all his own teeth. What do you think? So there will be some. There are going to be a few passed out ones. I do need to have 10 conscious ones though that are going to be just sat around. So we'll put a couple of females in there. There can be a couple of I've got waiting stuff done already, so I don't need any waiting stuff. What should we do for the female characters? Obviously, there's going to be the women of ill repute in the pub. Happy from Snow White. All right, let's do a nice happy person, because like I say, everybody here is a bit seedy and a bit let's say a little bit what's the word? Bit of an undesirable. Let's have the happy drunk. Have I ever told you I absolutely love you? Is it the one who starts really happy and then starts crying later? You're such a lovely person. I love you so much. Let's get the smile on with symmetry first. Trim the brow back. Just as you start with the base mesh, doesn't really need to use any of it, but trying to make a bit of time savings. I don't want to be. I've gone from sculpting 5 characters here to doing like 10, so I don't want to. I want to try and actually finish them, so I don't want to kind of create more work for myself than I have to. I don't always sculpt eyebrows on the characters. Sometimes I feel like they need it, and it helps to give them a give them a sense of their kind of like their personality or their kind of their emotional feeling or whatever. Other times just leave them blank and it works. It's fine. So okay, so eyes. Oh, I want to make his ears stick out a little bit. Not that much. Now, what do you reckon hairstyles for this guy? Flat cap or? There you go for it. How are you doing today? Suze, what do we think? Does Happy get to keep his own teeth? Or do we knock a couple of teeth out? Did he tell the wrong person in the pub he loved them and they took it the wrong way and give him a slap? Or is he... Everybody knows he's a lovely bloke and he's just harmless and just can't handle his drink so well. How are you doing today anyway? Go for it. Crazy, you got to create stories for these guys, man. It brings them to life. I do it all the time. Every time I sculpt a character, I have this like little narrative going in my head. Little story, create a little story for them. You know, like Bob Ross and his happy little trees. Some happy little drunks. He's gonna make a happy little drunk. Give him a little friend over there. All right, we'll take one tooth out then, just the one. Remember this front one here. Do you know what? Because he fell, let's give him a little plaster on his head as well. So go for it. You're painting today? Or are you working? What are you up to? Right, Suze, this is your character. What kind of hairstyles are you going to have? We're giving him floppy hair. We give him a hat. He's having a beard. Maybe a curly moustache. Or a fat walrus tash. Come on, this is like dynamic character design, dynamic character builder. You know, like when you're designing a character at the beginning of Fallout or Skyrim or something like that. Except in this case, your character's a happy drunk instead of a dragon slaying barbarian or whatever. I'm just peeling an orange. You can hear this noise in the background. It's just me peeling an orange for a snack. Trying to be healthy. Good oranges though, I'll tell you. A walrus tash and a tiny rat tail. When you say tiny rat tail, we're talking like just a little ponytail at the back. Literally just like... As in, like, no other hair, just this little... Oh my god, it's Barry Chuckle. To me, to you, to me, to you. Anybody who's not English here might not have a clue what I'm talking about. I promise you, look up the Chuckle Brothers online. Comedy gold from the 90s. I need to do Paul. I need to do Barry, like Paul now as well, don't I? Oh, I need to give him a... I might need to give him a mullet, Susie. All right, if I change his rat tail to a mullet. Sweet. I mean, even the missing tooth and the plaster on his head works, doesn't it? I imagine the Chuckle Brothers enjoy a pint or two. Or 10. Well, not anymore, because obviously Paul is sadly no longer with us, but... Do you know what? I see kids with them in when we take our kids to like soft play, not soft plays, but like we take our kids out to like days out and stuff like that, and I see all these young kids coming up and they've got the mullets, and I look at the parents, I'm like, you should be locked up. Like, how dare you give a child that haircut? It's awful. Yeah, mushroom top haircuts are one of those things that, like, I mean, they were never good, were they? Now, normally I wouldn't bother. I wouldn't do this with the symmetry on. But I said we're dealing with NPCs here. This is like tavern patron fillers and stuff. So I saw a thing a while back, and they were talking. I don't know if this is if there's truth to this or not. But like, as a millennial, I say I'm a millennial. I question whether I'm a millennial or not. I'm on the verge. I think I'm probably a little bit closer to like Gen X than millennial. But the like the 90s and the 80s, we got absolutely bombarded by like neon colors, crazy patterns, all this kind of mental kind of it's not a 90s mullet, it's a modern mullet. Now we got so bombarded by bright colors and crazy patterns that now we've all got like our own families. You've got your own home to look after and everything else, and you're like, you've got this childhood trauma around bright colours, so everything's grey. Everything's grey, or it's sage green. It's just muted, and I feel it, man. I kind of go with that. I kind of believe it. I think, like, you know, yeah, I kind of I subscribe to that theory there that the you know, Funhouse and Mr. Motivator and all of that kind of stuff. They've just burnt us out for you know, saturated colours for the rest of our lives. So now we're just stuck having to find peace and calm and solace in the greys and beiges. Don't bother me, I'm colourblind, you know what I mean? But yes, Timmy Mannett and Mr. Blobby, mate. There you go. There's another pair of trauma-inducing 90s characters. I mean, let's not also mention the cigar-wielding, gold tracksuit-wearing alternative demographic from that era. So let's forget he existed. Oh, Suze, thanks for the follow, by the way. Just clocked it pop up in my stream feed. Timmy Mannett, man. I mean, if you can get away with walking around and just smacking random kids around the head with a inflatable hammer these days, or do you think that's frowned upon in modern society? I have a feeling I know the answer to that question already. Right, so this is Barry. Let's duplicate him. And we make Paul. So you attempt it every time you go to Sheffield. Why Sheffield? Oh, Chilcon. I thought you just run. I didn't even put two and two together. I just thought, oh, you just. Why'd you go to Sheffield to whack kids around the head? Makes a lot more sense now, that does. And I do kind of like the image I had in my head of you just walking around with a rubber hammer in Sheffield town centre, going up to random kids and just slapping them with it. Dude, I tell you. I'm not using any reference for these, by the way. This is like pure from memory. So they may not look anything like the Chuckle Brothers, and as long as that's my inspiration. It's not a photorealistic likeness or nothing like that, but. Paul was a little bit chubbier in the face, wasn't he? He had a bit more meat on the bones than Barry. Barry was like the little skinny one. I have to say, peeps, I'm enjoying my Monday. Thank you all. Turning out to be a nice stream with a good crew on board. Thank you all for joining me, being part of it. Oh, got a right stiff back here today. There you go, guys. If you ever wanted Barry and Paul Chuckle on your tabletop, I'm going to save all these heads down and stick them all in the component library. So anybody wants to use them on their own sculpts, they're there for you. Just sign up for the Patreon and you'll access the files then. What else? Oh, spooky. Talk about the Patreon and it comes up on the screen. Ooh. Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I need, what was it? I needed 13, wasn't it, in total? I need a few sleeping ones. How many do I need sleeping? Oh, I've written the sleeping ones down actually. Yeah, I need a few passed out ones. Yeah, that's gonna be an. Shall I write one? Yeah, let's do let's write one. I'll do a little little mission where you've got to go and take them. You've got to go and escort them somewhere, and they're just gonna like slapstick you to death. I've got to do that now. Help them fetch a ladder. What I'll have to do, I'll have to watch a couple of the old episodes of the Chuckle Brothers and reinterpret some of their slapstick antics into an actual like D&D side quest. I think that'd just be funny. Right. Anyone want to shout out another character? Another tavern patron that we can add to the pot? Or should I start doing some bodies? I should probably put some bodies on these guys now, shouldn't I? Let's save him. Let's do some bodies. Right, so I need... This guy's going to have an empty tankard in his hand where it's going to be spilling all over. He's going to be literally falling everywhere. So I need... Right, let's get this body... Right, I've duplicated it already. Right, so we're going to get him posed up now. Oops, symmetry off. I wouldn't normally start by rotating an entire model, but this is like, because he's, and you notice I haven't sculpted any clothing or anything on him yet. This is because they're NPC characters. I want to kind of get them, I want to get them done quite quickly. It looks like a zombie, doesn't it? I suppose that's the kind of vibe I want to go for. Zombies and drunks. There's not a lot, in it, is there? Mind you, did you ever watch Shaun of the Dead when they first encounter the zombies? They see that girl and they're like, "Oh my god!" And you think they're going to say she's a zombie, but they go, "She's so drunk." Oops. Right, here's a funny one for you then. So, if I want to rotate the hand here, the whole forearm has to twist. So the elbow stays in place, and the two bones that are running down here. So you got the one bone runs down here to that wrist, and then the other bone comes over and comes to there. The bones stay connected at this end, but then they, because they're free moving, they overlap and they twist. So what actually happens is the bones move. So it's not just muscles moving, so I need to rotate the arm like this. Now I've got this manky twist going on here. What I'll have to do is I'll have to just come back in and sculpt that out. So that is still the same there. That doesn't change. But then from there to there, so I'm going to position this round. I'm going to try and move his head so it looks like he's kind of leaning in to try and drink a pint, but he's about to fall over. Hey, Rich, how are you doing, matey? Keeping well, mate? I'm just sculpting some drunks. Oh, and the Chuckle Brothers as well, by the way. Here we go. We've got a whole plethora of new tavern patrons coming. So we've got like a Shakespearean style writer. We've got somebody cheating at cards. Somebody who he's Billy the old Billy the blacksmith's apprentice who got sacked when he fondled the donkey and got kicked into the fire. And then we've got a couple of other characters over here, including Barry and Paul. To me, to you, to me, to you. So yeah, all of these going to get made as tavern patrons. At the moment, I'm just trying to do not that one. The first character out. So I need to. I'm going to have to write a little side quest. Write a little side quest. Oh shit! What happened there? Oh, I must have merged that into the table. Hang on a second. Close holes. I'm going to go planer with a small brush. Pick up the bit of the bottom that's actually supposed to be flat. There we go. That's actually flat. Now inside's going to be oh no, it's not actually. I thought inside was going to be an abominable state, but it's not. I'm going to put this in his hand, and then we'll do a good big splash coming out of it, so just accentuates how steaming drunk this guy is. How was your weekend, Rich? Oh, this is doing weird now. Where the hell is that base? No, it's not that one. It's the female base I should put in there. She's got a base attached to her feet. There we go. You know what? Now I feel like I should be doing. I feel like I should do a Timmy Mallet one, a Timmy Mallet character, and probably also Pat Sharp and the twins, and then we can have like little side quests that are based around Mallet's Mallet and Funhouse. I feel like Funhouse would be an epic side quest for D&D, don't you think? Like he's gonna go and find shit, get clues. make a mess and then go race on ghost carts or something. Maybe a horse and cart race at the end instead with the twins waving flags. So you popped into Kendall to help an animal rights group and accidentally wandered into a... Oh, accidentally. What a terrible accident you had, Rich. You have the worst luck. Hang on, was it you accidentally wandered into the shop or you accidentally bought Star Wars Shatterpoint? Honestly, I just fell and my wallet opened and my card just beeped against the card machine. And I had no say in the matter. CCTV footage all over the internet, mate. That's what it is. It's also a very common occurrence. Been there myself. Not with Star Wars, but certainly on times I have I've had accidents like that. Looks like I've pierced a hole into his stomach. Costume design will be interesting on these guys. Put that in his hand, hadn't I? Too extreme? It is a bit, isn't it? Now this arm sticking out to the side, I'm thinking how much of a sense of self-preservation do you think this guy's got? Do you think he should be trying to reach out to stop himself, or do you think his hand should be in his pocket, or? Okay, let's lock the pose in. Hair-wise, what we're going to give Scrolled or Fane? What hairstyle should we give him? Would we keep him bald? What do you reckon? Okay, so first thing we're going to do, I'm going to come down here and sculpt some shoes. Nice and simple. I'm going to give him. Now I'm doing this without symmetry on, obviously, because I've sculpted everything. I've posed him up, and then I'm adding clothing. So if you're going to try this, we'll save a little bit of time, but you may want to start by sculpting the gear. Good chat, mate. Good chat. I mean, it says he's a stone drunk. He's a punch drunk shipwright. So I did think bandana, but I think is that too much kind of going down the stereotypical pirate kind of vibe. It doesn't say he's a pirate. Or just something else randomly that I've noticed a few times recently that's miffing me a little bit. So the soundtrack I'm using, the stuff you can hear in the background, and I don't care at this point because I'm not getting that much. I've got no revenue coming in from Facebook on any of my videos anyway. But the music I've got playing in the background, you go onto YouTube and you find it, and it's lo-fi, DMC free, royalty free, no copyright, lo-fi music, safe for Twitch. So I'm like, sweet, choose that. Got it running in the background. Because I live stream to Twitch and to Facebook, for some reason, every single time my live stream goes up, I get these copyright violation messages from Facebook. And on Facebook, the entire soundtrack that I'm using here, as somebody's like claimed and registered the copyright on it. So whenever I use the thing, it comes back saying, "Oh, somebody's logged a revenue share claim because of the use of the soundtrack." Oh, sorry, somebody's claimed ownership of the soundtrack, so you've got to do a revenue share, or they mute the, or they mute my track. So it's I've got muted audio on my things, or I've got to share the revenue. Now, obviously, I just go share revenue because it doesn't matter. Do you know what I mean? But and also, if I'm using music somebody else has created, I really don't care. I'm quite happy to share a bit of revenue with them if they're if it works. But you know, helps them to create more stuff. But it's the fact it's like advertised as copyright free when you're on YouTube. And you go to Facebook with it, and it's like, oh, there's a copyright claim. I think it's a bit naughty. Trousers, let's give him like some 3/4 length. What do they call them? What are these trousers called? I think you're right, Rich. Anybody know what these types of trousers are called? You know where they've got the they're like 3/4 length. I want to keep the outfit simple, nothing too drastic. The guy's down the pub, he's not going off burgling, or he's not doing anything adventurous. He has got no gear. Breeches, mate, yeah, could be. Breeches, not breeches. But yeah, it's not you spelling it wrong, it's me pronouncing it wrong. Oh, do you know what? What do you reckon? So we put an arse flap in his breeches. So he's got his bare arse showing. He's forgotten to button it back up again. He's gone to the toilet and staggered back out, and he's forgotten to do, like, you know, like the medieval equivalent of not doing your fly up. Let's do it. Go for a cube. With separate coverings for each leg. What does that mean? Is that like an over trouser kind of thing? Yeah, pirate pant. That's kind of what I'd kind of inclined to agree there. Leg tubes. Do you know? Can we just stop calling them trousers or pants or whatever we're going to call them? Can we just call them leg tubes from now on? Mom, you see my leg tubes? Gonna happen. Robert Buchanan over on YouTube. Good morning. How are you doing today? Do you agree that we should start referring to trousers and pants as using a common phrase of leg tubes now? Stick a couple of buttons up here after I'm done. What are you up to today anyway, Robert? You keeping well? I just realised I need to just do something with this hand. Looks like I've missed the form of touch, but I can fix it. Oops. Animation, nice. What kind of animation you doing, Rob? Oh, fantastic. Oh, well, this is the kind of stuff you got to look forward to. If you've got any questions now, by the way, you don't have to wait till the course launches. You can just ask while I'm sculpting. I do tend to go off on tangents and kind of help people demonstrate stuff while I'm working. So if there's anything you want to know, you want to ask, or if you've got any questions about the course or anything like that, just fire away, mate. I'm at your disposal. I'll show you what I've been working on so far today. So we've got this. I'm going to make a load of drunk. Classic 2D animation. Nice. You're talking like frame by frame kind of stuff then, or you is it a digitized work process? Very nice. Nothing you can talk about on stream, I imagine. You're on hush hush mode. I've always wanted to do a bit of 2D animation, but I've never really had the time to sit there to dedicate to learning how to do it. Since I've had the capacity where I would have been inclined to do it, I've been running my own business and like I've spent all my time doing actual sculpting. Toon Boom Harmony, Toon Boom. Sorry, is that an animation package? It's not anything I'm familiar with. Sorry, mate. I'll be sure to have a little look there, mate. Let's get on with voice then. Yeah, I think if I was to do animation now, I say previously I've looked at doing it like full 2D kind of thing using like vector type files. Nothing kind of like over the top or anything like that, but the I think if I was to do it now, I think I'd go down the route of using a 3D model, rendering it out and animating it and rendering it, and then doing a kind of a frame by frame draw overall, trying to present it in a 2D fashion. You got all the gear you need for it then. Do you have ZBrush for the file, for the course yet? Have you sorted that out, or? I had a no back from, I was asking, I don't know if you're on the, we've got a Discord server as well. Let me just pop the link for you. You should be in there, because I think when you sign up to the course, you already get it, but let me just pop the thing in the chat. Sweet. Yeah, because if you're on Discord, we've got the chat group there, and we've been talking about it. I've been trying to get Max on to see if I can use, if I can issue kind of like student ID kind of things for the purposes of getting. Ah, you then, sir, are a legend. You jumped in at the right time. That's exactly what I'm using. Are you waiting for approval for Discord? You shouldn't even have to wait for approval for that. I wonder if there's anybody else waiting for approval. So I open it up and have a look. Well, do you know what? I didn't even know. I wonder if Josh set this up actually. Are you Emperor Ham or Covert Skeleton? Let's go approve. And approve. Yeah, I think Josh must have put it on. He's been doing some some channel admin for me. It's been incredibly helpful. Right, top wise, what do I put on this guy? Emperor Ham has been approved. So you're in there now. There is a, like I said, there's a sculpting chat, a sculpting section which you won't have access to yet. We'll have to give you the. Let me just go and manually add you in. How do I rolls? That was it. Gumroad. I think anybody who's on bot invite should be a Gumroad member, really. So have a look. There you go. I've signed you up anyway. Yeah, I won't ever be upgrading mine given a choice. To be honest, I'm happy with like for what I need. The only two developments they've ever made that have really kind of made my life easier are this one, the Sculptress Pro, Dynamesh, and Z Modeler. So any version of ZBrush that's got that already, I don't think you need to upgrade from. All the extra stuff they've added since then has just been neither here nor there. Hasn't really. It's not really even quality of life upgrades. Something that would you found it, yeah? I mean, if you're on the Gumroad one, obviously go and not Gumroad, sorry. If you're on the school channel, go and give a Do you know what? I bet I haven't approved on school either, have I? I haven't been on there over the weekend. Yeah, I've got 2 membership requests pending. There you go. If you go on there, if you go onto school, I've just approved on there. But if you go on school, throw yourself up an introductory post, say hello, you know, who you are, what your background is, whatever. If you've got any links you want to share on there, post your links in there because it'll help people to kind of get a feel of who you are. And hopefully, the whole point is the school community is I want people to kind of like not just lean on me for information, but also to be able to kind of help each other out. So if you've got anything you ever want to post in there you think might be useful, having a background in like professional animation and stuff, I think it'd be quite interesting for people. So do feel free. The morph brush, so the morph target thing I have used occasionally. The other one that was a bit of a, I'm not going to say it was a game changer because I don't use it a lot, but I could have used it more than I have. Was the was it the stager tool? Where you can like say if I'm sculpting a shield, I can sculpt a shield with symmetry, and I can set that as my sculpting state, and I can do an alternative stage, which is where it's in position on the model, and then if I want to change the design of the shield or want to do anything else, I can put it back to the original position where its symmetry is applied, and I can you know, sculpt on it unhindered. Those kinds of things. That tool was a useful one. Yeah, stage is one of the few extras that when they introduced dynamic fabric simulation, I was like, yes, this is fantastic. I'm gonna be all over this, and it just never worked for me. It's not that it didn't work, but I couldn't get it to work for my workflow. I couldn't get the look at like how I like it. So, I mean, I'll cover off how I deal with fabric on miniatures during the course anyway. But I just find it so much easier to just sculpt it in situ rather than having to faff with the what do you call it, the simulation. What do we do? Short sleeve, ripped off cap sleeves, or what do we think, peeps? So one of the things I realised as well, when you're doing a character design from scratch, you do find you spend a lot of time doing costume design. And a lot of the actual character itself is its costume, isn't it? I reckon I could make a banging clothing line if I could sculpt. If I can sculpt. If I could sew. Wide short sleeves. Interesting. Go with it. I know it looks a bit scrappy and scratchy and everything, but You are right. You are right, of course. Yeah, that's it. And obviously if you for what I'm trying to do here, and I imagine for what you'll do with your animation stuff, you do end up having to stylize a lot of things, and when it gets overly realistic, it becomes more difficult to manage. And I say try and pull that stylization back. It's better to just sculpt it in for the beginning. I know, innit? How many years now is it? Do you know what? Sculpting a coat. I'll show you that on another character, because I can show you a way of sculpting a coat that is going to be super easy. Yeah, I mean, I suppose my background, Rob, is so I started painting miniatures like 35 years ago when I was like 5 years old. Probably 37 years now, 36 years or something. But when I was 5 years old, I started painting miniatures, and then when I was about kind of 11, 12, I started like doing conversions. And the conversions started off like chopping bits off one model and putting them onto another model. But then I had to use like putty, like milliput or green stuff or whatever, to kind of like blend the components in from different models. And then as I got more experience with it, I started sculpting bigger conversions that kind of became more like whole limbs, whole heads and whatever else, and then that turned into whole miniatures. So then I did a whole load of like freelancing and like, you know, commission work, probably like 20 odd years ago, 25 years ago even maybe. And yeah, from that point on, I've kind of stuck with the sculpting. But in 2010, I moved into digital sculpting. And when I went to digital, I was specifically looking for I ended up finding Sculptris first, and then ZBrush off the back of Sculptris. And I was looking for something that was would allow me to move my physical sculpting style into a digital medium. And Sculptris kind of did it in a limited fashion, and then ZBrush allowed me to kind of like push on and do that. When they introduced Dynamesh, it was just so much. It was like a godsend, that was. But yeah, from a speed point of view, I mean, I've done all of this today. These heads. So I've done, what's that one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I've done nine heads and the body, and I've been sculpting since 10:30, give or take. That's about 2.5 hours or so. And I've been chatting away throughout as well, so it's not been like focused. But with models like this, I'd aim for about like a 2 to 3 hour turnaround for a single miniature. Ideally less if I can get away with it, because, well, what's going on there? Let's close holes. Yeah, that's it. If I can get away with less, then it's perfect. Right, I'm going to merge this guy back together now, because I'm not going to be doing any more posing or anything on him. So I'm just going to merge the entire model. Bump my resolution up to, do you know what? It's probably going to be about 600, because let me go and check on her. Oh, she's at 1128, but she's at 5 million polys. That's excessive. I bet I can drop it down to 576 and still keep all the detail. Yep. Totally. So let's go for 575. Oh. 528, and it's perfect. Yeah, okay, like Z Modeler is okay. It's got its place. But you're gonna struggle making things like coats with it unless you've... Coats are one of those things, again, I'd sculpt a coat after I've posed the model. So like as I'm kind of working on it now, that's what I would. This is when I would be doing a coat. He's got a hand resting on his back like an old man. Dude, I do that. Oh, me back. Oh, bloody hell. I feel attacked. Yeah, my workflow, Rob, again. I came up with my workflow myself, so this isn't like learnt from anyone. There's no school or anything to get to here. This is me kind of taking what I learned, self-taught over the years from sculpting miniatures, to adapt my workflow to bring it into digital media. So there is a lot of learning I've done over the years, a lot of trial and error. And my hope is that I can kind of come along and, you know, all of the things that I've screwed up over the years and I've done wrong and I've figured out better ways of doing it. I want to kind of be able to pass that lot on to you guys so you can kind of learn from my mistakes and not have to go through that process yourself. Because my focus has always been on miniatures. It's never been on like, you know, let's make a nice render or let's make a, you know. It's always been on the miniatures. So speaking about bad backs, right, let me dispose of my orange peel and I'll try and show you how my screen's set up. Which camera to use? Let's repurpose this camera for now. So that's my setup. I've got my desk in the corner. I've got a dog under the desk. It's essential. Then I've got my monitor and my my canvas. So this is quite. Yeah, do you know? I'll show you in a second some of the stuff I've done, but like I do. Like this is one of the like a piece of terrain I've made. This is like 3D printed. There's this one, and I've got this one that I'm working on at the moment, which is for my Crystal Collapse game. But I've also done loads of I don't know if you're into historical stuff, but like if Mabel says hello, Rich. If you're into historical miniatures, if you have a look at the Baron's War. So Footsore Miniatures make the Baron's War miniatures range, and Warhost as well. It's like two companies that are kind of partnering up. If you look at their terrain range, I've sculpted the entire range for them. So I've done loads of wargaming terrain. So when I'm doing my sculpting courses, after I've done the first couple, I want to kind of get a feel from what people want to learn. And one of the things I'll look at again is like is sculpting terrain, is ZBrush and things. So, but yeah, this is how I'm typically working. So my screen it's not quite upright. It's angled back a little bit. My elbow's on the table here, and I've got kind of a decent range of movement on it. I've got these gloves as well that I use sometimes in the winter. So you know when you, I don't know if you ever have these are like compression gloves. These ones are. I don't normally have circulation issues, but you know when you're working sometimes and it's absolutely freezing in the office. So what I do is I put these on. They're quite tight on your hands. They keep your hands warm as well, though. I feel like Albert Steptoe when I'm wearing them, though. You dirty old man. So yeah, and what it does, it helps your hand glide across the screen a little bit more. So it keeps your hands warm, keeps your fingertips out so you can grip onto the what you call it. And what you call it? Stops your fingers going blue. So yeah, they're quite handy little bit. Yeah, I've had the 2-finger ones as well, but I keep putting them on my pocket, and then they go into the washing machine in whatever trousers I'm washing at the time, and then they go AWOL. I don't know where they end up. I keep these ones in my office. They're a bit bigger. They're less. These ones here, they're a bit more noticeable if I stuff them in my pocket. So yeah, the only problem I'd say here, Crazy, is I've got the keyboard in the way, and I've kind of got used to over time working over the keyboard. So I've got my pen here, and I'm kind of like my elbows here. I've got a slight offset, so I've got like a little. If you can see here, I've got like a little nook here, which is where my elbow goes, and I can get in here to the screen. And I'm moving around here. I've also got one of these like desk mats, the neoprene desk mats. Just because when I'm putting my elbows down on the table, it's a little bit of cushioning. It's a little bit easy. It's a bit more comfortable. And then, like I say, we've got like got coffee accessible. Got super glue for when I break models. I've got all my bits and bobs and packaging bits, and that's a 3D printer I was repairing the other day. I still haven't put back into action yet. Random bits of models and turn counters and things I've made. And then just over this way we've got my crystal collapse table set up. So we've got some of the miniatures I've painted here. It's not going to focus on it, is it now? Do you know, I had so the big monitor here, I don't know if you can see this, that is actually a dual arm monitor. So I do actually have a second arm, and I did actually have the Huion mounted. But what I was finding was when I was leaning on it, it was making the things move. So as I was pressing it, it was bouncing. Yeah, no worries, Urkello, mate. I'll catch you later, dude. If I do a coat, I'll snip it out and I'll do I'll put it into the what do you call it? I'll do a short of it and turn it into a thing. Turn it into an extra video, and I'll link it to you, mate. But yeah, so I found it was bouncing around everywhere on screen all the time. So I found it quite the instability kind of like messed me up a bit. So it didn't work for me on an arm. So like I said, I've just kept it on the desk now. It keeps it nice and stable, and it's pretty good. So, but yeah, so we've got like got my Ifrit model here, which is painted for Crystal Collapse. We've got Goblin King I'm working on at the moment for the game as well. Do you know what? ZBrush is brilliant for sculpting details. So if you produce something in say Blender or any other kind of like sculpting package or modeling package, you can bring those things in to ZBrush and then do your detailing in them. So like if you want to sculpt like gargoyles around a church, you can build the church completely in you know, AutoCAD, Rhino, whatever like 3D software you're comfortable with, and then you can use ZBrush to do all of like the fine detailing. So, you know, if I was doing like if I'm doing like, you know, bricks and blocks and things like that, the way I've done it in the past, I would build individual bricks. Cheers, man. Yeah, my I don't know if I'm just heavy-handed or what, but it didn't work very well for me, I don't think. But the for terrain and buildings and things like that, individual blocks. Normally I'd use like a form. So if I've got these guys here, let's say I wanted to build a, you know, a wall that's going to be part of a house or whatever. I want to put a backdrop on the tavern. Create a cube, or wherever that ends up being. So create a cube, size it to whatever size you want the wall to be. Do your thickness. So you basically create a form, and you can do this like you can create like multiple sides and whatever else. And then you can go on and do like so like insert a cube, say, yeah. There's easier ways, there's better ways of doing this, but this is just an example. So if I'm doing like a rustic stone wall or something here, you can detail the wall, you can detail the bricks, sorry. And obviously, you know, drag and drop. You can use array meshes to do this more effectively, but what I would tend to do is I would create a wall that has the blocks like this, for example. Create my raw detail, and then clone my bricks. I mean, this is all you can see. This is me eyeballing everything. There's no precision here. But for what I'm doing for like war game terrain type things, this is like plenty good enough most of the time. And then from there you can do auto group, so you've got everything is its own polygroup. You can group it and dynamesh it, so everything gets like. In fact, you know, I haven't even explained dynamesh to you, have I? I think I've just hung ZBrush doing that. So... Oh dear. Oh bugger. Rich, I can't save it because it's hanging at the moment, mate. But as soon as it stops hanging, I'll press save, promise you. But thank you for the prompt. The little blue spinny wheel there means I'm in no man's land at the moment. Right, we've done. So basically, what you'll find here now is if I go to line, so Dynamesh now it's just created this kind of like fairly regular, slightly wobbly mesh across everything, and that's completely uniform. So if I just undo this, you'll see this is what it looked like before, and then that's what it looks like afterwards. So before, we've got like very, very low poly, we've got these weird triangular faces on the cubes of bricks. We go back to the Dynameshed one. Now if I turn this off, what I can do is I can isolate a single brick, come in with trim dynamic, take the edges off, don't have to be too neat with the sea, but if you're doing like stone, if I'm doing stonework, this is kind of how I would play it. And then I've got this jazzy brush. So there's a brush from the Orbs Crack set. I can't remember the guy's name. I've linked it on the school channel, I think, or on my no, sorry, I've linked it on the sculpting course. I've put his Gumroad link on there, so you can go and get his brush set. You go and basically hunt out for orb cracks, and it's one of the only brushes I use that is non-standard in ZBrush, and it's one of the best ones for me, I think. And it's very similar to Dam Standard, which is a standard brush, but it's a little bit sharper, a little bit crisper. And when you get the Orb Cracks brush, you get the crack set. So you get Orb Rock Detail and Orb Rock Noise. So Orb Rock Detail, and I don't tend to use a lot of these kinds of brushes, but you bump the intensity up a little bit. When you draw it on, use it inverted or straight up normal. It adds like the brick texture, the rock texture. And it's a very quick and easy way of getting something that looks, you know, passable on your, for like a terrain surface. You can use the Orb Rock Noise as well, and that adds a little bit more selective kind of texture. What I tend to use that one for though is for the background bit, for this bit here. It's all dependent upon the brush size, but I would go in there with that, and that just stops it gives more like a sandy texture to like the grout between the bricks. So it stops it from looking too you know what I mean? Like the grout is like, it looks like it's part of the model then, rather than just being something that's like, you know, just a flat bit behind. And then obviously the only other thing I would do is vary some of the brick depths. So you can click on the individual bricks and then step some back and bring some forwards and stuff. But yeah, like I say, you could build the brick wall like that in any other program, bring it into ZBrush, and then just do that Dynamesh pass. And you've created an editable mesh where you can kind of take the brick from that to that. That's what I was trying to show. I don't know if that came across, if the intention of what I was trying to say came across as I was expecting it to, or as I was intending it to. But yeah, that was the point of it anyway. Let's delete that now. Let's get back to this drunk. No worries, Suze. Oh, I don't like that because I don't deal with red. So with the arm, with the face, chin. It's going to be H polishing. So I'm going to use Orb Cracks just to pull up the edges of the clothing. And I don't always sculpt it in one piece like this. Sometimes I do split the model into multiple parts to be able to do this. I say because I'm dealing with like NPCs, I just want to kind of make in mass, and they're simple and non-fussy. The plan was to, you know, get them done as quick as possible. So I've done them as one tool and just trying to merge everything in and just sculpting straight onto the body with the clothes. So as the plan is, I'm not going to be too fussy about them. So Rich, what do you think, mate? Are the Chuckle Brothers going to make an appearance in a campaign for you soon, do you reckon? Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to go off and do, when I did the Count Olaf like scenario. I think I might do the same with the Chuckle Brothers and put a little package together for them, where you have to go on some slapstick antics with them. Because I mean, face it, even if as a DM, if you try and plan a serious campaign, it's gonna deteriorate into Chuckle Brothers slapstick, like whether you want it to or not, isn't it? So. How's Wizard Lizard doing, Rich? I don't know if you guys saw it recently. I made a gecko wizard, and that was because of Rich. That was one of his characters he pulled out of the bag. Ah, yeah, summer's always hard, isn't it? It's tough to tie up and get your gaming groups together. Rich, do you have any Crystal Collapse models, by the way? I'm looking for some user submissions to go into the rule book, just from a hobby point of view. I wasn't sure if you'd got any, if you'd managed to paint them or anything. Oh, what do you mean? No, you don't. Shocking that is, mate. Shocking. And you're more into RPG type things, aren't you? I don't know if Crystal Collapse is your kind of game, but you are missing out, mate. You're missing out. It's great games then. Started playing one called Trinity Trigger with Jacob recently. It's quite a good game. It reminds me of the old Secret of Mana and that kind of era of gaming. Oh, cheers, dude. I appreciate it, though. Yeah, that was a roller coaster, that was, mate. That Game Fan campaign. I aged about 10 years during that. What's Secret Mana, mate? Oh, Secret of Mana. It's a action JRPG from the Super Nintendo. Really good game. They did like Legend of Mana and Trials of Mana and this, that, and Mana and Teapot of... No, it's a Teapot of Mana, I'm joking. Yeah. Yeah, it is a good game, to be fair. It's it's all like it's not turn-based like a lot of them are. Crazy Doors, slightly off topic question about sculpting. You find it hard to ever be happy with the sculpts I'm working on? With yeah, no, I feel you there. For example, I sculpt a head, think it looks good, then do another head and think it looks better. So I go back and read it. Yeah, no. Do you know what? Yeah. So I did the same thing when I first started sculpting. I made loads and loads and loads of models that never got finished. And what was happening was I was learning new skills. Let me switch over to the camera so I can actually talk to you. But yeah, so I was learning loads of new skills all the time, and when I was learning how to sculpt digitally, what would happen was I'd be looking for tutorials that I could pick up and kind of like work with, but there was nothing around. So we're going back to 2010, so the stuff on YouTube was like minimal. We had the Gnomon workshops, so you had to pay for as courses, and they were great, but they were all focused on. There's Mabel again. You giving up, Mabes? You going on the sofa, are you, bub? The Gnomon workshop stuff, it was all geared around digital art. So ZBrush in its original concept, it was a 2.5D sculpting package. So the intention was it mimics things like Photoshop rather than 3D packages that you'd be familiar with. So it has a Photoshop style interface, but it uses 3D assets and 3D tools to create 2D images. Obviously it's got all the 3D capabilities in it, and that's what's kind of become more prevalent out of it over time. It's been used as part of workflows for making like animations and video game characters and whatever else, as well as miniatures. So what I found was I was learning how to make video game characters, but not things that could be 3D printed. There was no information about 3D printing. ZBrush was capable of doing it, but the information wasn't out there. So I had to figure this out myself. And I'd watch all these tutorials and I'd try and put them into practice. And all the time I was trying to kind of like... So I struggle a little bit when it comes to processes. So if I've got to kind of go through all these different menus and I've got to use modifiers and do that, for me that was a no-no, because it was too many steps and it complicated things too much and slowed me down. And I wanted to be able to kind of work quickly and dynamically, so I wanted to sculpt everything. And I didn't think I could do it at the time. I thought that was the wrong way of doing it. And it turns out there's no right or wrong way, it's just whatever works. There are certain things you've got to bear in mind and certain things you've got to account for. And there are certain things you have to do to process the model to make it printable. And I'll cover all them off in the course anyway. There's no dramas with that. But the biggest thing I found was that exactly the same as you, I would do a model, I'd sculpt it, and 3/4 of the way through I'd be like, oh, shit, I wish I'd done that different. I should have done that using that technique. I should have used this and done that, and that'd have been better if I'd have done this. And I was spending so long on the model that I ended up hating it before I'd finished it. Sculpting faster, spending less time on it and working quicker on it so you finish it quicker will definitely help you to do that. It will help you to kind of cross that line and you know, break the back of the model. But just mentally try and get yourself into this mindset of finished, not perfect. It doesn't have to be perfect, but you want to make sure you finish it, because you'll learn a lot by finishing models. Even if you never use them or never see them again, never do anything with them, finish it, use it as a learning experience, and then move on to the next one. And then everything you kind of decided you liked about the first one, about your previous one, you carry into the next one, and anything you think you could do better, you know, you take it in. So one of the things I always say to people is get yourself a bunch of models that you personally like, that you think, I'd be happy sculpting that style, that's what I want to make. Say if you wanted to work for Games Workshop, you go out and buy a bunch of Games Workshop models that you personally like. And then what you're going to do is you're going to sit down, you're going to copy them, and you sculpt this model as close to the original as you can. Using any techniques available, you can do whatever you want to do. There's no right or wrong. You just make it by any means, hook or crook, and get it finished. And then sit down and do a self-critique of your figure. You know, even if you're not doing it on Keller, who was on stream earlier, he's been making some cool models, and he's in the same boat. He's finishing the models and he's kind of going, it's done, but I'm not happy with it. I don't know why. And what you want to do is at that point go through the model and go, this is all the stuff I like about it, this is all the stuff I did really well, and these are the things I'm not so happy with. And the things you're not happy with, you've got to kind of sit there and kind of go, what would I do different next time? And just write it down. Write down a list of things that you want to kind of take into your next sculpt as improvement factors. And don't try and do all of them. Just pick one. Just do a sculpt. Pick one thing you want to work on that model and focus on it. So if you decide, you know, this model here, I need to nail facial expression. You know, you're going to go in there and you're going to really pay attention to the facial expression, and you're going to kind of nail it. And then by the end of it, by the time you come out of this, you've got to walk away from it kind of going, that was brilliant. I did great on that one. And if you don't feel like that, do it again. Not on that model. Leave that model. Next model. Go back in. Bit more work on facial expression, or just do some busts, just do some head and shoulders things so you can practice the faces. Whichever bit you're not comfortable with, or you think you've done badly, you just as long as you've got the means of identifying you're not happy with it. Okay, let me backtrack a second. What's happening is you're going into this state where, as an artist, as a sculptor, your standards in your head exceed your current skill level. And it's not a bad place to be. It means that you've got room to maneuver and room to develop. If you can identify that it's not as good, so if you're completely delusional and you've sculpted something that looks like, you know, Mr. Hankey, and you kind of go, that is brilliant, I am epic, I'm fantastic, I'm going to launch a miniature range and make millions, right? If that's you, there's no hope for you, because if you're settling on something that is appalling and you think it's genuinely good, then there's nowhere for you to go, because you haven't got the mindset or the vision to be able to kind of take it further. If you're looking at something kind of going, I'm not happy with this, I should have done this, I should have done this, it could be better. What you're sculpting isn't necessarily bad, but your own standards exceed the level of your own skill. But what that means is that you identify this weakness and you're able to kind of focus in on it and improve. And as long as you've got the will and the drive to improve, every time you sculpt something, you'll get better. Every time you sculpt something, you pick up that one little improvement point that you want to work on, and you take it into the next sculpt. You don't go back and revisit any old sculpts. Don't ever do that. Once they're done, draw a line under it, push them back to one side. If you want to redo that character at some point, redo the entire thing from scratch. You know, I've done it a couple of times. I've gone back and to be fair, there's some of my models that I've sculpted and I'm like, it's almost there. I'd like to tweak it and I'd like to change a few things. And I have gone back and I've made a few tweaks to them, and I'm much happier with them afterwards. You know, 3, 4, 5 years down the line. But that ability to kind of say, I'm not happy, I could do better. You've got to then just try and bridge the gap between skill and expectation, skill and standard. And that's just practice. That's literally just do more of it, but do it to use reference. Don't do anything out your brain. Don't do anything out your head. Use reference material. So if you're trying to sculpt an outfit, if your costume design sucks, get loads and loads and loads of photos of costumes that are the kind of things you're after. You know, you want to sculpt knights and medieval gear. Get all photographs of Game of Thrones characters. Get all the photographs of like Robin Hood. Any historical reference you can get it all down. Look at it and use that as visual reference when you sculpt, and try and copy bits of it and aspects of this, that, and the other. Take it into your sculpt, and then later on, when you finish, because you've used actual visual reference, not only have you just built up a visual library in your mind of all these different things, you've been focusing on it in such detail, it's going to be burnt into the back of your brain. So when you come to do costume design later on, all of this stuff's in there. It's like, you know, when you revise and you go over the same things over and over again, you revise them for exams. Same kind of principle. By studying and doing, you kind of ingrain all of that into your head, and you kind of you'll absorb it all and like burn it into your brain, and then it becomes second nature eventually. So like for me now, when I'm sculpting models, I don't really have to look at anatomy pictures. I don't really have to look at like, you know, clothing pictures and stuff, because I've done that for years now. And it's second nature for me. So there's times when I have to sit and think about what I'm going to do, but that's just a decision making process. It's not oh, I don't know what it looks like. It's just what would look cool in this situation. Do you know what I mean? Hopefully that kind of helps to give you a bit of steering and a bit of direction. But 100% back 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, that kind of time period, about 4 years, I was in the exact same boat that you're in there. And it wasn't until about 2015, 2016, I broke the back of it and kind of I figured out how to move forward with it. So yeah, speed's your friend. One of the things I will say as well, I always say to Adam, who's one of my guys who I mentor. Adam has a habit of when he's sculpting, he likes to use very small brushes and get in there, because he's working on small models. He uses small brushes and he likes to do micro detail. But I always say to him, like, the worst thing that can happen, especially like for me, I sculpt without reference virtually 100% of the time. It's very rare I use an actual drawing or a reference image when I'm making anything. I tend to just go straight out of my brain. And because I'm working from my brain, what I'm doing is I'm dynamically concepting directly into 3D. And it doesn't always work. It works more often than not now, but when I first started doing it, you go through iterations where things just fail on you. You sculpt something and you go, oh, this is shit, I don't like it. And you end up scrapping it. You have to get rid. And you do want to kind of literally kind of go, enough's enough, I've wasted enough time, bin that, go, done. And don't be afraid of doing that. Throw stuff away if it's not working for you. If you're actually if you try and repair and try and fix something that's not working, you're going to waste loads of time. If you can just kind of sculpt something and go, yeah, this is working, I'm happy with that, you can go in and detail it and so bulk it out, rough it out, using the biggest, fattest, chunkiest, clunkiest brushes you can possibly get your hands on. And then once you've got the rough form and everything else is bulked out and blocked in, refine it in. So zoom in, polish it, clean it, shape it, add surface details and all that kind of stuff. But don't do it until you're committed to it and you know that you're not wasting your time. So there's nothing worse than spending 2 or 3 hours doing something and kind of going, nah, it looks crap, I don't like it, it doesn't work. You'll just kick yourself and it'll just put you off. Get into a workflow where you can just be fast and realize as early as possible that something either does or doesn't work. So if I go onto this now, I don't know if you saw when we started this one. Like I've done all the creases and stuff in the shirt now and all this kind of stuff, and I've polished it off. But when I started, that was just scruffy. It was like the legs here. I'm like just down here, I've just blocked this in as quick as I could. Block the legs in as fast as possible. Just mask that bit out, hide it. So I'm going to block the legs in as quick as I can. Using like the great big brushes like this. Build it up, do what you need to do. Don't worry too much about, you know, the surface finish or anything else. Just get the form right, get your shape in there. And as long as you've got the shape and the form, you can build off that. So big, sweepy strokes. and then after that, in with the H polish. Smoothing. At this point, I'm using dynamic tessellation just because it helps to smooth things out quickly. And then I'll use orb cracks to just refine my edges. Now the big part here that's going to kick you if you're not confident, is the confidence. Confidence to do like big sweeping strokes and not worry about it. You want to get to a point as well where you know in your own head that you don't need to use the undo tools to fix a mistake. So if you screw something up, you don't need to use undo. You can just go in and sculpt the mistake out and rework it. And that will give you an amazing amount of confidence, and it will help you to boost your speed. So try and get in the habit of, if you screw something up, try not to resort to the undo. So sculpt the mistake out instead. Does that help you, Suze? Have I answered your question, or have I waffled? Awesome. Yeah, it's a funny place to be, and it can be a bit demoralising. But you've got to realise that it's an opportunity for you at this point. You've got all the building blocks. You just got to kind of make it happen. And don't look for tools. Don't go looking for like cheap ways of doing things or hacks or anything else. Like my thing here is like, if you can sculpt the way I sculpt, if you learn how to do it like this, I can make anything at all, starting with a sphere, a cube, a rectangle, a cylinder. It does not matter. You can change the shape of everything. You can Ryan Kingsley, right? There's a video he did, and I saw it ages ago now, and it stuck in my head. And it was one of his things that he does with his students, and it's called cubing the sphere. And basically what he does is he makes them start with a sphere, and then they have to turn the sphere into a cube by sculpting it and polishing it. And I thought, actually, do you know what? It's a weird concept, but like it's kind of what I do all the time. I'm not cubing spheres, but like I will take whatever shape I have available and turn it into whatever I need it to be. Like I literally don't care at this point anymore. Like what I'm starting with, what I start with is immaterial. It's what I end up with that matters. And I thought, actually, this cubing the sphere thing is quite a good tip, a good bit of advice. It's probably a good thing to practice that as well, just to kind of get yourself into that kind of mindset, knowing that you can do it. Well, I think he's pretty much done now. I'm going to give his hair to his hair. So there we go. So I've just screwed this because I've just used Sculptress Pro mode and sculpted like smoothed over his ear. So I've tessellated his ear with, you know, rather than going undoing it all to a point where I had it saved. You know, I can go back to a point where it wasn't damaged. yeah, it's an interesting exercise, and it's not something I've ever done, but it's something I do all the time, if that makes sense. The principle of it, not the activity itself, but like the actual principle of it. And I think for me, it's less. It's not even about the control. It's about realizing that you can. Do you know what I mean? It's about I need like the times in the past where I've kind of sat there and agonised over, oh, I need a base mesh for this, or I need to do this, and you know, and it's like if you watch me make a sword, I'll start with anything. I could start with a head and end up with a sword. It just depends what I've got available at the time. What's gonna make it quick for me to work with. Oh, guys, I've just realised the time. I'm probably going to have time just to finish him off, and then I'm going to have to dash off and go and pick the kids up from school. So my plan to finish 10 of these guys in a day has failed. Got one complete guy and what's that, like 8 heads or something like that. It's not a bad start, I don't think. In the midst of that, I've done loads of talking and waffling and showing you how to build a brick wall. I swear I've got ADHD. Is that hard and soft edge control? Yeah, it's tough to make. Yeah, it does. It really does. And I'll say not worrying about anything actually. When you're sculpting, you can really spend a lot of time agonizing over things, trying to figure out the best way of doing something, and it's, you know, it'll cripple you and stop you from actually doing anything. If you can just literally just pick up the brush and start going, you know, you've already got the upper hand really then. I'm just going to smooth that. Smooth his neck into his body and into his head. And then just going to go around his neck again. Found as well, Sculptress Pro mode. So I'm on 1.35 million polys for this guy. After about 1 million polys, Sculptress Pro starts lagging and slowing down. For me at least, based on my system. Could be earlier, it could be later for you. But yeah, it's sometimes I have to turn it off again to be able to do what I need to do. Switch up, let's put some cylinders on quickly. We're going to go to brush, depth, bring it right down. Brush size about that big. Just going to put one button there and a button there. So there and there. There we go. So there's his arse flap holders. There you go. One steaming, staggering drunk. Oh, actually, I need to put some splashes out of his pint down. Let's do that with. No worries. Thanks, Suze. You're welcome. Oops. Put groups on Dynamesh again. This was just a massive spheres a minute ago. Let's turn groups off. Let's blend that in. Right, then for foamy bits, let's just turn style off. Oops. Wow. There we go. So smooth over these bubbles and soften them a little bit. So I use the inflate brush just to get in like the little crevice like there. Underneath there a little bit. last little thing I'm going to do, which I've just decided to do, in the 5 minutes I've got left. Save. I'm going to run some stitches up the side of his trousers, just for a little bit of extra detail, because he's quite simple. So it's going to run on one side. Do the same again on this one. Come in with my clay builder brush. These are obviously well oversized for stitches, but you know, we were talking about miniatures and exaggerating details and stuff. I know this is how you need to do to paint them. So if you want the stitches to show up on a model, you want to make a feature of them, or have it lacing or stitching or whatever it might be. It's got to be big and chunky like this. Switch back in afterwards, turn lazy mouse off, zoom down. I'm just going to go around the outside of all of the stitches, just to round off the edges, neaten up the things, and also give us a little hole that we can fill into. Now all of this rough surface you're looking at here, you can ignore all of that because it's not going to show up on the model. There we go. I was right, it's 3 minutes, it wasn't even 5. Little seam line details. Oh, there we go then. Oh, do you know what? One last little thing I'm just going to add. Just for no reason whatsoever. Just realised I should have laser mouse off this bit. There we go. Done. One staggering drunk with his bum all out. There we go. Have you ever been so drunk you've forgotten to do your bum flap up? Well, guys, and that is me done for the day. So thank you all for joining me. Thank you for keeping me company and a wonderful conversation. It's been an absolute delight from my end. Hope you've all found it useful, informative, and enjoyable. And yeah, I should be back on again tomorrow. So resume this and let's get some more drunk bodies done up. Get these guys done. Heads are all done. We know who they all are. The personalities are decided. So there's less and less and less to have to do. Thank you, Suzu. Pleasure. Robert, Crazy, everybody else who's on stream, I'm going to knock it on the head and not raid out. So thank you all again. Hopefully see you all again tomorrow. But if not, see you soon. I'll catch you later, taters. Thanks again. Adios, peeps. Bye, guys.